Good evening. Welcome to LOTRO Stream. I am your host for Adventures After Dark. I am Big Ed Mustafa. And tonight, Little Ed Mustafa is going to continue exploring in Standgard. He is in the Great River region. Something blue. I am at the Orlsmead Tower where something is afoot. Oop, crap. I was not trying to do that. And then I was so surprised I fell off the ledge I forgot to hit safe fall. So now I've got a gangster lean all the way back up this tower. That's okay. I hope you guys all have had a great Thanksgiving weekend so far. I know I've been enjoying mine. This looks like a good place to look. I can no longer see the fields beyond this tower. It's a little strange. Oop, don't fall down that hole. Fags have been placed to the north and northwest. Gather evidence of the betrayal. There's just a lot of clicking going on here. Dead rat. Found a blue robe unlike anything I have ever seen. And I found a dead rat. And I'm looking for map fragments. I got another map fragment. Oops. Got the last of the map fragments. Sniffing out a rat. D-May, hello! And hi to CableNet. And hello to Jelena. Welcome, welcome. We are in the Great River region, trying to find out what is afoot, as plots against stand guards seem to be everywhere. Stanric is believed dead, and the emissary of Grima Wormtongue now controls the city. It's very dire. Or something.
Business have you with the Rohirrim? The Rohirrim will need your aid.
We are going back to stand guard. Hi, Zinger. In the unlikely event that anybody wants to actually chat on stream, I do have Discord open. If you don't have my Discord channel invite, you can get it by going to my personal channel, twitch.tv/BigEdMustafa, and just typing !Discord. It's not a well-kept secret, and all are invited. Yeah, there's some Kalinard Skarn down there, but there's also a lot of stuff to fight before I can grab it. So we'll ride around. It's always tough to balance out greedy and lazy. It's the burglar way, though. Hey, Deathman, how are you?
Will you aid the Horse Lords?
We're just going to ride around and talk to everybody.
Good day, mate.
Howdy. Did you have an exciting Black Friday, Zinger?
Rippity skippity.
Cool.
When I said I went out, I more or less really just went to the library.
Good day for it.
Well, until I saw that it was closed.
That's not cool. Where'd they give the library the day off?
Yep, that's the case. So, you do anything fun today?
No, unfortunately I watched the Huskers take the day off against Iowa, 40-10.
Ouch.
Yeah, if they had won and Wisconsin lost to Minnesota tomorrow, they could have been in the Big Ten championship. Instead, it's back to hooray for 9 wins against nobody.
This is one of those sports it's good to get a high score, right?
Yeah, unlike golf. If a high score were good in golf, I would be world champion.
My golfing experience is pretty much limited to a mini version.
You were wise to limit yourself.
And even that, there was one time I was golfing when I was younger, and we got to I was with my my aunt and her little child at the time, and got to the little bonus hole at the end, and I kept on trying to hit it, and it would bounce back because you had to get to a very tight spot, and there were rocks right next door. And she told me just to whack it, so I did. It ricocheted off the thing and hit her in the eye.
Perfect.
If I hadn't hit her, I probably would have hit, my cousin, and that probably would have been bad news.
Better to whack an adult.
What business have you with the Rotary?
I'm pretty sure I heard soon after that the golf course closed down or something. Or I don't know. I think they at least changed it from rocks to rubber or something like that. Something that wouldn't. Or they did something with it that wouldn't ricochet like that. But I found the flaw.
Hello to Twin Sons and howdy to Junior's Beebs. Nice to see you both in chat. Hope you are also enjoying your Thanksgiving weekend and not out whacking your aunt with golf balls like Zinger has in the past.
What business have you with the Rotary?
Yeah, I think I started taking my bird a bit through Great River, but I was like kind of like probably around 75 by then, and I kind of just wanted to get my war steed, and then I guess I forgot to go back. Oh well.
Yeah, I'm in kind of the same boat. Can I actually go into the Wold at 73rd level, or do you have to be 75th?
I think you can go then because I think you can get your war steed like as early as 71 or so, maybe. Like I think you won't. You can get it as early as 71, but you won't have like all the skills for it until 75. That might be the case.
Oh, that's totally lame. I have to restart this quest just because I got spotted coming out of Stanrick's house. I'm a burglar? That should never happen.
Plus, you have experience at creeping. You think you would be good at this.
Exactly. Although I have to say, I think that's an unfair stereotyping. I'll bet if you were to actually rank stalker activity, I would have to be at best 7th or 8th in Maiden Stream. There's way creepier people in there than me.
Arrow raid.
Rohirrim have need of your services.
Awesome! Eldolith, Erithart, howdy howdy. Thank you for coming by. Hope you guys are enjoying your Thanksgiving weekend. How can you spot me? I was stealthed. Okay, that's annoying. I am not liking that dynamic.
Yeah, well, it doesn't work like that, or else. Yeah.
Then burglars would get a pass on that whole quest, which was what I was hoping. Alright, I have to fortify my efforts by drinking some Coke Zero. It's like Popeye and spinach. And Mrs. Mustafa is my olive oil. Or something.
Rohirrim would need your aid.
Alright, once more with feeling. Let's see if we can get this done. Hi, Talarian. And hello to a crazy crack of one.
Well, I'd gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
That does sound very reasonable. Why is he standing right there? Delirian says, am I a Lotro nerd? I was just asking myself, where would Big Ed be at the moment? And I saw him in front of Sabert, and I immediately thought, oh great, River Standguard. Yep. There you go. Cool, have a good stream, Eldolith. I'll see you later. Couple of shout outs for Erithart and Eldolith. If you're not already following them, shame on you, you should be. So there's the link to their personal channels. Make sure you go check them out.
Mission is dire. What business have you? The Rotary.
And speaking of my olive oil, Mrs. Mustafa says hello to all in chat.
The Rotary have need of your services.
Hello, Mrs. Mustafa.
Seafree, emissary of Theoden, rules in Stonrig's place among rumors of foul play, and Stangard lies in disarray. Our mission is dire.
When I was at the store today, at first all I could find was Cherry Coke Zero.
I don't know if I've ever seen that packaged for sale before. I probably just never notice it.
Yeah, you're probably so used to grabbing the regular stuff, yeah.
What brings you to these lands?
Although if I ever found out who decided that caffeine-free Coke Zero was a good idea, I would murder them and bury them in a shallow grave.
Well, at least you're, giving them a fighting chance by putting on a shallow grave.
Aid the horse lords.
Exactly. I want their family to have closure, but not until long after the trail's gone cold. I've talked 3 guys hanging out in a bar to join our rebellion. This is going to go well.
You aid the horse lords.
Because it went so well when you had to do it in Minas Tirith.
Yes.
Again and again and again.
Mrs. Mustafa is indeed feeling better, Beebs. She's up and around and using both arms and getting more and more independent every day.
She knew she had to hold out until at least after Thanksgiving.
Yep. Sithric says that we will all pay. I just wanted him to step out so he'd be easier to get behind. Nice use of caltrops, though. Sithric didn't make it.
Will you aid the horse lords?
I'd forgotten how much stuff there is to do here in the Great River region. Seems like I've already gone through a lot of quests and I haven't even gotten to the Brown Lands and... He must be inside, but I didn't see his quest ring. There he is.
What business have you? The rotary.
I wonder if maybe they made it like an extra, a lot of more quests than maybe a normal zone might have,
Aid the rotary.
because they knew that they had an expansion to work on coming up next.
That could be. Give us a lot to chew on. It's like the Limelight Gorge. Parth Celebrant. That's a bit of a ride.
But yeah, I enjoyed it too. It was very, and like I kind of like the different kind of landscapes that you go across. Like it kind of makes me think kind of like a Regian or something like that.
$200 quests in the Great River region. Without the epic. If Telerian says that's the number, I don't dare doubt him.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's probably almost at least twice of what those kind of regular regions are. Like non-expansion regions.
Mm-hmm. DeMay had leftover turkey and dressing for dinner. Always good. There's actually Kalinard Skarn inside the outpost. That is fantastic.
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim. Welcome, my friend. We travel swiftly. We will aid you as best we may. Will you aid the Horse Lords? Our success depends upon our strength. Will you aid us?
Oh, there's a mangled Rohirrim.
Hey, Meg.
Hi, Meg Reader. Happy to engage these wolves because I am working on Beast Slayer Advanced, and that is a mercy deed, which is a agility virtue. Unfortunately, it means I will be slaughtering wildlife as often as I can. Santa Ed. See what you started, Zinger?
I know I'm such a bad influence, aren't I?
You are. You were the kid that the moms didn't want their children playing with when you were little, weren't you? I don't want you going over to Zinger's house. He's a bad influence.
What business have you with the Rohirrim? Rohirrim will need your aid.
Defeat wolves.
Your services.
Scout for creatures around the murderous pit. That was not a denial. Is not a denial. Hey, Sargareth. So what have you been doing with your burglar zinger? Just exploring the wold and figuring out how burglars use war steeds?
I think I'm in the Norcross now. Yeah, I might be in, or I may have just finished Clive, and I don't remember.
Okay.
I'm sure I'm using the worst skill wrong. I'm not doing the stealth skill enough. Oops. Don't you hate it when you're just sure you're invisible, but you're not? That gets me every time. Yeah, you have to wear pants when you're out in public, Ed.
I know. Thank goodness Mrs. Mustafa's gotten better to the point where she can come and post bail. It's a Calibrant brigand. We'll go stab him and see what he looks like on the inside. And I successfully burgled. Feel pretty good about that. The wolf lies dead on the ground. Wounds from a blade. I failed to burgle. Birch branches, a rat, more scarn. Oh. Diseased wolf flesh. I failed to burgle. Fine clover honey. Do I have to create the corpse and then burn it? No, they're on landscape. Okay.
Sargreth wants to know if you have any plus stealth gear on, or is it all innate skills?
I think it's all innate skills. I was trying to decide between cloaks. I had a cloak that was +2 stealth, but it was might instead of agility. So I think I dumped that. Let's see what we got here. Agility, agility, agility. Nothing with an innate stealth boost. Does your stealth rating actually show up in the skills? I don't know I've ever noticed it over there before.
I don't think it does, because it's not like, because those are pretty much all like, you know, stats that everyone would have. I think you just have to count up the ones through the traits.
I just assumed agility always contributed to my stealth.
I don't think so. I think it's pretty much just the. Oh, I don't know actually. It might, you know, it could be like innately through your level or something like that.
Oh, that could be. It's probably a level check against.
Yeah, it's level check, and then there's in the red line and blue line at the top. There's traits to improve your stealth level.
Increased critical. +5 stealth. So I have the stealth of a 78th level character, probably.
I don't know because I don't know how they calculate it with like if level even does mean anything, or if it's pretty much just through trading. I don't know. But if there are any burglar pros in the chat, feel free to let us know.
Beeb says it does not.
I mean, I would imagine fishing level obviously has something to do with it.
Yeah, I think for every point of fishing skill, you get 5 points of stealth bonus.
Something like that.
I feel sorry for anybody adventuring who doesn't have their fishing skill maxed out. They're really kind of missing the whole point of Middle Earth. Could have got 2 more field stalkers.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure even Christopher Tolkien just plays LOTRO, the fishing game.
He'd be a fool not to. Oh, the fishing bonuses for your first character, they're account wide, but then you get a bonus multiplier for every additional character you have on your account that has 200 fishing. I only have about 400 more brigands until Brigand Slayer Advanced is done. That's pretty exciting.
You should finish that in the next decade or two on a burglar.
A horse of the Rohirrim fallen and mauled by wolves. Nope, thought I was walking to the third creature, but it must have switched on me. Let's see what we got over here. Slain deer. Not to be confused with reindeer.
Or John Deere.
What business have you with the road you're in? Will you aid the road you're in? What business have you with the road you're in? Will you aid the horse lords?
Well, I like my chances of hitting 74 tonight.
Someone in chat wants you to convince them something.
All right. Convince our group to play this game in 30 seconds. LOTRO is free to play. It's a huge game with tons of lore. If you had any interest in the books or the movies regarding The Hobbit or The Lord of the Rings, it's fascinating to be able to come in and explore the world in a live MMO environment, particularly one that's incredibly faithful to the books and the lore of the game. It's a good time. And there's like 10 different playable classes, there's 5 different playable races, and you can play the entire game unlocked, get characters to level cap, and if you do it right, you never have to spend a nickel out of pocket. It's just a terrific game experience, and it will provide you literally with years of entertainment. Am I done? Was that 30 seconds?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Plus fishing. What else is there? And another bonus would be the incredibly fun and friendly LOTRO streaming community here on Twitch, where you can meet all kinds of fun people, get group content going together with them, get questions answered. One of the things I always laugh about is me streaming LOTRO here on Twitch has probably been more educational for me than it has been for most of the viewers, except for those who kind of absorb information that gets fed to me as I learn about the game. Even having players at level cap and having gone through all the different regions, it still amazes me how many things there are I still don't know about the game. So playing it on Twitch and getting to talk to other players and finding out things I didn't already know is terrific. Plus, you know, fishing.
Business have you? The Rotary. Rotary have need.
And horses. And goats.
Oh my.
Fat Greek says I had him at fishing. That is fantastic. And hopefully, is my text streaming? Yeah. The address for downloading the free game client should be going right across the top of the Twitch stream here. I can't make it any easier than that. So, dive in, give it a try. You got nothing to lose, and you might find yourselves having quite a bit of fun. There's a slain Rohirrim. Okay, before we start, what is the most overpowered class? Some say the Bjorning. I would argue Lore Master or Runekeeper, probably. Minstrels are probably overpowered.
Then again, I suppose it matters on what facet you're talking about. Like, you look at the burglar, they have the most overpowered skill to steal loot from an enemy as well as hide from them.
What business have you with the Rohirrim? The Rohirrim will need your aid. The Rohirrim have need of your services.
Champs are slightly overpowered. I would say compared to a captain or guardian, I would agree with that, but yeah, I wouldn't recommend Warden as your first character class. They take a little bit of practice to learn how to play. Champs are fun. Out of all the melee characters, the heavy metal classes, I like Champ the best. Of course, it's what I started out with. I know it the best too. The whole key to LOTRO is to not just focus on one character. I think it really benefited me to play 2, 3, 4 different character classes at the same time, and as a free-to-play player, it was the best way to grind turbine points. But, you learn the game mechanics better when you're not just focused on one character. Although I don't know the way I did it is going to appeal to most people. There are probably even people out there who don't like fishing or Coke Zero. Not that I'd ever understand that, of course, but...
Or the Seahawks.
Well, everybody should like the Seahawks. To think otherwise is just madness. That started a big conversation, didn't it? Anywhere, Ultra American, I just want you to know that I personally guarantee you will love your time playing LOTRO, or I'll give you a full refund on your free-to-play experience. So welcome to the game. Hopefully you can see the game in all of its glory, too. For a 10-year-old graphic engine, it's beautiful. It's really a neat game world. And it's huge, and there's tons of stuff to do and tons of things to explore. I know you're already sold, but literally the reason I started streaming on Twitch was just because I thought it was a shame more people don't know about LOTRO, and I wanted to show the game off. So, mission accomplished, I guess. It is terrific fun. That was the wrong skill.
Yeah, and I've been around the block a bit on Twitch, and I've definitely seen more people kind of streaming it, and by doing that, more people are playing it and all that good stuff.
What a great time to be starting the game, too. They're just getting ready to put in Minas Morgul and Mordor, and the epic storyline's better than it's ever been.
And once we get through more, it doesn't mean the game's over. There's plenty more, stories to see and perhaps
Breaking
areas to go
news.
back to and look at further stuff.
He doesn't have a broken shoulder.
I know, honey. His shoulder's not broken, so he should tough
He
it
should
out. But
suck
he
it
can't.
up and just play.
All right. Everybody, we need a moment of silence. Mrs. Mustafa has just informed me that Earl Thomas III will be missing his first start of his career. He will not be playing for the Seahawks this Sunday. The best, highest paid free safety in all of professional football pulled a hamstring against the fantastic win against Zinger's Philadelphia Eagles last week. And as a result, he is unavailable for Sunday's game.
See, we're good for something.
Actually, it wasn't any of the Eagles that did it. Him and Richard Sherman were both racing downfield to see who could get the interception on Wentz's throw, and he just happened to hurt himself running at full speed down the field. So the fact that the Eagles were there was, you can take some credit because it was Wentz who threw the pick that was so easy. They had two D-backs fighting over it.
You're welcome.
I suppose. It happened in the Super Bowl a couple years ago against the Patriots. They were both back in pass coverage, and the Patriots threw one up. And it was right in the beginning of the game. It was like middle of the first quarter. Sherman and Earl Thomas slam into each other, and I'm just like, that's $96 million worth of defensive backs. Quit banging them together. It's not a good thing. Thank you, honey. Scout the northern camp. For those of you who aren't quite sure which one of us is Alla Benya and which one of us is Big Ed Mustafa, I do not have a Texas speech impediment. Therefore, I am Big Ed Mustafa. And I mean, let's face it, Alla Benya only wishes he could grow such a lush and beautiful Santa Claus beard this close to Christmas. So I've got that going for me, which is nice.
And also, Ed is the one that actually plays as burglar.
Oh, yeah. I remembered that I have a burglar on Brandywine. Of course, Olip's not the only one we can fault for having forgotten they have a burglar.
Yeah, but they're not the leader of the kin.
Yeah, he is the kin chief. It'd be nice if he showed up once in a while.
He's our news, so to speak. I
moved behind him for the big kill. and he died before I could deliver it. It's sad. The 40 Thieves kinship started out as a joke. Allup and I were talking one night, and he was like, hey, we should do a dual stream sometime. And I'm like, yeah, that would be cool. We can both roll up first level burglars, and then we don't have to worry about anybody watching. And then we both laughed. And then we decided it was such a good idea that we should try it. So here we are. 69 members later. All individual, unique players. See what we got. Yep, still at 69. Which word choice?
Unique.
Yeah, unique is a good descriptor. No doubt about that. It is an unusual bunch of LOTRO players.
Well, I can't really say anymore. 69 people who are actually crazy enough to make a bird since they've given some buffs here and there. And any of you out there who have shelved your burglars and hunters, I would, dust them off and check them out. They've given them some buffs in a recent patch-ish. Recent-ish patch.
Update 19 contained some boosts for both character classes, and I think the devs said they weren't done with either one. More love is coming. Although I have to say, my hunter, I kind of straightened out a couple of essence issues with her armor set, and I added some critical and some finesse, and now all of a sudden she's like a killing machine. She ends up 3-shotting a lot of stuff. Which completely freaks me out as squishy as she used to be.
That was also definitely the update. They helped that a lot.
No. Grinsmate, hello. Enduring Legs of Fleetness. Not only is there a Slayer deed for these brigands, but I can pick their pocket, so they're more fun to kill than the average Oathbreaker. Enduring Hammer of Vigor.
Never forget that 7-day melt traveling thing.
Hi, Ski. Yeah, for my hunter, like Zinger was saying, they just gave hunters some love in the update 19, but I also kind of filled in the last of her empty armor and jewelry slots with essences, added a little bit of extra critical and finesse. Apparently that's really important on hunters, because now all of a sudden she's just ripping through stuff. Much improved damage output. I don't know how much of that is from the update and how much of it is from the essences.
You aid the Horse Lords. Will you aid the Rodent?
Yeah, I think I was seeing somewhere, like, there were people going through each skill and like how much percentage they got better. And some skills, were like 30% better. Others seemed like they were like 100% better. So it was overall. I think I was hearing maybe like a 20 to 30% DPS out increase from the patch alone. Then again, I don't really know the numbers. I just know that I can now. That Chroma guy more respects Blue-Line Hunter. That's all that I care about.
If you were doing it wrong, Chromite would tell you. Hey, Evil Twin, how's it going? Well, remember, Ski, if it's about less squishy, tactical and physical mitigation are what you want. The finesse and the critical will just make you hit critically more often and do more damage, which is also a very happy thing. But after playing around with the essences a bit more, I really understand why the 4-slot armor is so desirable. I mean, to think that if I could go through and add an extra essence to each of my armor slots, it's like, wow, that would be a game changer. Also, I just discovered that my champion could be upgrading my vitality essences to supreme. I hadn't even noticed to try it, so I have to go back through all my armor slots and try to make supreme vitality essences. Stream's going okay. Do they make 5-slot stuff?
Yeah, there's some 5-slot stuff, I think.
Wow. I already want 5-slot stuff and I didn't know it existed.
I think it's more or less all stuff you would get from like a raid or something. I'm just looking forward to update 30 where we have like 50 slot items.
And then they'll have like Ultra Disco Volante Supreme Essences.
I think you forgot the word mega in there, but yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Instead of like legendary items, so I'll be just wielding like Gandalf and Aragorn, just waving them around.
I just want to throw dwarves at my enemy, like Legolas did in the movie.
Yeah, there'll be guns that shoot dwarves, that shoot swords, that shoot more dwarves. I'm pretty sure Chris Tolkien said that was okay to do.
Well, they were mentioned in one of the appendices of the Silmarillion, as far as I know.
Yeah, his father wrote it there in really small print, just to sneak it in, just to mess with his son.
Birch branches. It's like he was golfing out here and he hit his ball into a sand trap. He's been trapped in this bunker ever since.
Don't make fun of the handicapped like that. So I think we're all in agreement that dwarf tossing should be the new hobby.
It's got to be more fun than hobnanigans. I never have tried hobnanigans.
I've done it a couple times, just not, something I really enjoy doing myself.
It's one of those things that it just depends on what else is going on when the festival comes out. Like if I'm in the middle of leveling somebody or I'm just all intent to go finish the particular quest line, sometimes I just zone out and ignore the festivals completely. And then other times it's like, oh, festival, okay, I'll just grind on this for a couple weeks.
And I think maybe it might need a bit of redesigning, because right now it seems like a lot of people just start the game and stand there, because I guess you get some reward even if you do nothing, and I don't know. But like if they made it like a lot shorter, just like last a minute instead of however many minutes it does last, and just I don't know, make it more compact and rewarding to be actually doing active gameplay in there.
Thanks, Pookie.
It's not delicious Coke Zero.
Hi, Half Pint.
Well, hi, Half Pint. Welcome. And to Harmless Armless Octopus as well. Good to see you both. And to Cleavebeard. Welcome, Cleavebeard. Now I suspect that Mrs. Mustafa made a deal with that Oathbreaker archer to sneak up behind me and shoot me while I was distracted with grapes. They were literally her grapes of wrath.
Hard. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Evil Twin. I just I guess I just don't do it much, so I'm not always around when, seeing. I just kept on hearing a lot of people that just kind of stand around, and it seemed a bit stagnant. But if they're doing it for that reason, that's cool.
Singer's kind of a purist. He argues all the time that Hobnanigans was ruined when they introduced the designated hitter. He doesn't know a lot about sports, though.
Something Seahawk junk crap sports thing numbers. I do enjoy watching curling, though. I don't know like much about the players and all that stuff, but like for some reason it's enjoying. I don't know. It's soothing for some reason watching all the sweeping going on, and yeah. I would imagine like all the curlers, like after they retire, they all go and play shuffleboard or something.
Perhaps. We all remember Toss Me Half Pint. That's what brought up the dwarf tossing conversation. That, and we asked Zinger to describe his perfect first date.
Busted.
Brings you to these lands? What business have you with the Rohirrim? What brings you to these lands? The Rohirrim will need your aid. It is wise for wanderers to equip themselves well.
And yes, crazy Canadian. They added mining on horses probably, I guess, a little after. I don't know if it was with Rohan or a little afterwards. Since everyone's on a horse steed and going everywhere. Or was it around Rohan? I don't remember.
Yeah, when they first introduced Rohan, you could mine from your horse in Rohan. And then a couple updates later, everybody liked it so much they decided you could do it in all of the regions, not just in Rohan. That came at a later update. Ooh, I got an invite into Rohan. Who knew? My To the Aid of Rohan letter, and my Deed for Slayer of Shadows bestowed. Okay. Find a clue to the Shade Captain's whereabouts. Yeah, no picking up that backpack from horseback. So unfair.
I'm hoping one day they'll let burglars stay in stealth while minding a crafting node or looting chests and stuff.
If you like playing out in the moors, Crazy Canadian, you probably want to take a look at Arkenstone. Like Half Pint said, they're all excellent, but from what I've heard, by reputation anyway, Arkenstone seems to have some of the liveliest player versus monster player action. Frightened brigand horses.
What business have you?
Turn in a quest.
Our success depends upon
Collect relics of Gondor.
Lead us.
Okay, everybody who's in chat, let's go ahead and take a quick poll. Do you think I should keep working the Great River region, or should I ride on into Rohan and start working on my war steed? Type either GR or steed.
And don't type grr, steed.
D-May says steed. Beeb says Great River. The mission is dire. Will you help the horse lords? Harmless Octopus says steed. 2 for steed. Their missions are always dire.
I might go for steed. Say steed just because that means you would be able to get that letter out of your inventory.
Which one out of the inventory?
Can you start with that letter that you have, like the 2 Rohan letter?
Oh yeah.
At level 74 or so. I guess if you turn that quest in, that'll be one less item in your inventory.
All right. Besides, it's not like I can't pop right back over here.
Exactly, yeah.
As long as the Nazis don't blow up this bridge. Might be thinking of a different game, though.
You aid the horse lords.
Of course, the other deciding factor is I needed to pick up more Rittermark Skarn. And of course, I don't have any pack space. We might be throwing something the hell out.
Unless you ride to the second town, which has a vault.
Well,
Are you really ever going to use those tracking things that you have 4 of?
it could happen. Besides, as it turned out, I already had some Rittermark Skarn in inventory, so I can pick this stuff up.
There you go.
And there was much rejoicing. Yay!
You're fine until you loot it and get a the craft
Gem?
symbol, the shard.
Yeah, I rode over here and did some ninja looting a few levels ago. Part of what makes me so interesting to watch as a streamer is I must be clinically insane, because I like fishing and crafting. Most LOTRO players would tell you that makes me a sick individual.
That's for other reasons.
That's also true. Says the man who thinks that throwing dwarves is an aphrodisiac.
Don't get me started. Don't even get me started.
Where farming kind of comes into its own ski is when you're farming for dye ingredients on your scholar. And then you're trying to max out your crits, and it's actually mildly entertaining. Mostly tedious, but it can be mildly entertaining.
Brings you to these lands.
The letter you sent me?
Our success depends upon our strength. Will you aid us?
It becomes mildly entertaining when you end up with like 4 stacks of orange dyes.
Although it's funny, some of the crafting ingredients that I never have figured out what I use them for. Like some of the special tea leaves, for instance. I've got no clue. I should go look that up sometime.
Welcome, my friend.
Yeah, I think some of them are used for the cook for guild recipes. They're the ones that make those like legendary item drinks and stuff like that. That'll give you more, IXP.
Will you aid the Horse Lords?
Welcome and well met, my friend.
Oh, speaking of dwarf tossing, my wife was telling me she caught a clip of Clueless Gamer with Conan O'Brien. They did a review of Final Fantasy 15 that was highly amusing.
Our mission is dire.
Did that just come out? I mean, did that clip just come out or whatever? 'Cause I've watched most of those, I think.
Yeah, I think it's very new.
Cool, I'll have to check that out. It certainly was mildly entertaining when he had a Wiz Khalifa on from one of them.
It was Peter Dinklage and
The lady, I don't know the actors, but yeah, I remember that one.
yeah, Hetty. Can't remember her last name, but she plays Cersei Lannister. And they had this like cheap mock-up of the Iron Throne that he just keeps breaking pieces off of through the whole sketch. It's rather amusing.
Yep. And I think he's had like Marshawn Lynch on for one or two of them at least.
What business have you? The Rotary. Our success depends upon our strength. Will you aid us? Our success depends upon our strength. Will you aid us?
Hey, Bacon. Lena Heady, there you go. I wasn't even paying attention. I thought that was a Rohirrim soldier. Otherwise, I'd have tried picking his pocket.
Yeah, I went back and watched the playlist for most of those at some point recently, and it was interesting. Like when the first couple ones, it was just him and the tech guy that he has with him, and it basically looked like they were like college students making this thing. It looked very cheap and everything. And then they started getting like celebrities on and all that stuff, and they got, more production value to it.
I don't know if Netflix still has the Sarah Connor Chronicles available or not. It was a Fox series. I think they discontinued it after 2 seasons. But it was much better than I would have expected a Terminator TV show to be. Lena Headey was Sarah Connor. It was just starting to get weird, and Fox pulled the pin on it. Apparently it had reasonably high ratings, but the ratings weren't growing, and putting on a primetime science fiction show ends up running up a lot of special effects costs. So they were like, yeah, we're never going to make money off of this, so we're just going to pull the pin.
Well, you never know. It could be back.
It's been dead quite a few years. But of course they did get the Firefly movie made, so you do never know.
Just as long as one of the producers of the show doesn't walk into the network and tell the board, come with me if you want to live.
That might work, you don't know.
Make for a good headline at least.
Mm-hmm. Idiot gets laughed out of meeting with network executives.
or arrested. Either way. We need more headlines in this world that don't make us fear for our country or all that good stuff.
Like game show host elected president.
It's something along that lines, yeah.
It's a lot of work just to be able to loot this corpse. Hopefully it'll be worth it. Do you ever find yourself looting a corpse out on the landscape, and just as you're going through their pockets, you can't help but think, ooh, I hope they have gum. Maybe that's just me.
If it's vendor trash that's worth a lot, I'll be fine with it.
There you go. Beebs used to watch the Sarah Connor Chronicles. Good show. And good science fiction. I mean, I thought they did a nice job of kind of continuing that storyline, filling in some details between the movies.
So the timeline was after the movies?
No, it was in between the first and second movies, or in between the second and third movie.
Okay, I've seen the movies, but it's been a while, and I guess I got them mixed up a bit or something.
Well, they were all pretty good. I watched that last one they just did, and I'd heard really horrible things about it, so I kind of had low expectations. Maybe as a result of that, I ended up liking it. Like, oh, this wasn't the complete piece of crap that everybody told me it was. Goodbye, Venom Tongue.
Yeah, there was a movie I watched recently, Army of One. It's a Nick Cage movie. It just came out this year or so. It was about that Gary Faulkner guy who, was a little crazy, and he went to Pakistan a couple times to try and find and take down Bin Laden.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't really because it's, like I said, it's based off a true story. So I didn't really know much about the guy, but then after I watched the movie, I went and saw a Letterman interview or something like that with him, and it seemed like, Nick Cage playing the crazy character actually worked.
Yeah, who'd have thunk?
Of course, he overacted it, like he always does, but, he's good at playing crazy, and the guy was a little, officer rocker, it seemed.
This is gonna go badly.
How you doing, Cinder?
Yeah. Let that be a lesson to all you Hobbit burglars out there. Learn your flops. I just used my hips, so I had to come up with a plan B to get away from the rest of those. I love it when a plan comes together.
I pity the fool that doesn't know their flops.
Exactly. And I successfully burgled, so I feel pretty good about that. Yeah, Dollhouse was okay. It was a little weird.
What brings you to these lands? Our mission is dire.
Greetings. Could you help me? I am not afraid of you.
The fearless children of Langhold have invited you to join them in a game of brigand bashing, in which they reenact the deeds of their fathers and foes.
Just gonna keep whipping this one kid over and over.
Yep, that's what I do. I just do slash follow and keep whipping them.
What business have you? Rotary.
Did you whip it real good?
I did. It's the dude at the other gate.
Will you aid the horse lords?
Need to go find the relic forger before they burn this town to the ground and I can't use them anymore. Oops, spoiler alert. General store. Are they in the general store? Suppliers, yep, there they are.
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim.
It is wise for wanderers to equip themselves well.
Well, that's good timing. I just got a light bridle.
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim.
So what's everybody in the chat up to other than possibly coddling over your Black Friday purchases?
There we go. You guys talk to Zinger. I will be right back. I got to take a quick bio break and probably grab a fresh Coke Zero.
Hi Gussie, how are you doing?
And I'm back.
Hi boys and girls, this is Big Ed Mustafa. Oh, he's back. Hey Ed, welcome back.
I had the audio on the whole time. You could have been telling knock-knock jokes or something. Kept the crowd entertained.
Gussie's been doing a good job.
Hi, Gussie. How are you, dear? My wife just broke the news to me earlier that Earl Thomas III is out for Sunday's game. I'm deeply distraught. Although what makes me even sadder is to think that there are football fans out there whose team don't have Earl Thomas III, Richard Sherman, or Cam Chancellor. That's just sad. Why would you root for a team that doesn't have those three players?
Channing Tatum? What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Cam Chancellor. Bam Bam Cam.
Oh, I've heard of that name, actually.
He's sort of a superhuman freak of nature.
So, for you 15-pound turkey, huh, Gussie? What are you gonna eat? I assume that's just for Bill. Uh-oh, somebody in chat said Cowboys. I'm supposed to start cringing now and foaming at the mouth, right?
Yes. Unless it was all up in you and then you just start laughing. Junior's Beebs, you're a Cowboys fan like all up in ya? Oh, man.
What went wrong?
Don't ever save it or don't ever shave it.
Dunlendings rally to the banner of the White Hand.
Find the brigand camp. Hello, brigands. That's nice to see the Cowboys doing well. I can't say I'm a fan, but it's pretty impressive what Dak Prescott and Ezekiel Elliott have been able to do. Good offensive line. Plus, considering Dallas's record against the Seahawks in the playoffs, I have no problem meeting the Cowboys in the playoffs. Run for freedom, cow. Run. I failed to burgle. I'm ashamed. Gussie Moose probably doesn't remember this, but she actually has a burglar on Brandywine that's in the 40 Thieves. What was that?
That's her burglar name.
Giada Nyoki. I couldn't quite tell what you were trying to say, and I thought maybe you had a seizure right in mid-sentence there.
That's usually what happens when I try to speak. Oh, that's right, I forgot Cannoli was your last name.
And then once she becomes ordained, she'll just be known as Holy Cannoli.
Exactly.
Well, I am delighted you like the beard, Gussie Moose.
I'm sure you light up the faces of children when you go to the mall.
Which is almost never.
Which I'm sure lights up the faces of everyone else.
I was a pretty bad boy on Black Friday. The only shopping I did today was for me. I had a dream that somebody broke into my garage and stole all my model airplane stuff. So when I woke up, I went to towerhobby.com and ordered myself a new plane.
You'll be ready for the zombie apocalypse now.
Well, I don't know that RC airplanes will really help during the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, you'll make a killing sending supplies over their heads or something.
That could be.
Dropping bombs on them. Even if you have to team up with your competition, the drone flyers.
They're more a subset. I have a couple of drones, I just don't enjoy flying them that much. I have some RC helicopters, I've got some planes.
It's like the hipster version of RC or something, is it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the fascination is, to be honest. They are finally starting to do some cool stuff with them. The drone racing in particular looks like it might actually be fun.
Too bad we won't be able to deliver pizzas through Amazon via drones or whatever.
Yeah, I'm completely okay with that.
Guess you almost caved into the Pokemon.
Alright, confront the leader of the brigands. He's up in the cave.
Osama bin Brigand.
Why am I confronting him instead of just putting his head in a bowling bag and taking it back to the Reeve? Especially when he's in here completely unguarded.
Why are you bothering me?
Hello, Corpium.
Croupium, howdy. We'll see how far up this hill I get. All the way, apparently.
Boobot thinks you look like Gussie, I guess.
Well, suppose if we were both wearing our Seahawks gear, I could see where it might make that mistake. I am, in fact, Big Ed Mustafa. I am your host tonight here on LOTRO Stream. This is Adventures After Dark. Although this time of year, that means I could start the stream anytime after about 4 in the afternoon. So I've got that going for me, you know, which is nice.
Welcome, my friend.
What business have you with the Rohirrim?
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim. Welcome. Stay a moment and speak with me.
Thank you, Evil Twin. Yeah, I'm with you, Gussie Moose. I'd very much like to get a video capture set up so I can stream some of my old retro console stuff. I think it'd be fun to have an Atari Jaguar day. My wife would be yelling at me to help with stuff around the house, and I'd be like, I can't, honey, it's retro gaming day. I have to sit in here and play Tempest 2000 for the next 3 hours. There's no way around it. I think she'd be skeptical. Or fire up some Dreamcast games, or
I was going to play some Seaman on Dreamcast.
yeah, some Splatterhouse on TurboGrafx 16. Good stuff.
Try and get your hands on that in television Lord of the Rings game. I'm sure it's like $1 billion.
I doubt I would enjoy it as much as LOTRO.
Well, I'm sure Lotro would be allowed to like put like a arcade machine in the game and like put that game on the game.
Oh yeah, completely.
I mean, it's in the lore of Lord of the Rings game, so I mean that seems like that'd be lore appropriate in some version.
What business have you with the Rotary?
Night, Evil Twin.
See you, Evil Twin. Hopefully you had a good stream tonight, bud.
Will you aid the Horse Lords?
Or today. There was an Evil Twin stream earlier and chatted with Maiden a bit, and we talked to Eldolith right before she left to go stream. And Aerthert and Becca were streaming. LOTRO, as a matter of fact.
What? You mean people still play that game, Ed?
Only a few fanatical hold-ons.
What business have you with the Rotary? Our success depends upon our strength. Will you aid us?
Goodbye. The source of dread. I found Mordor Steel. And my pockets are too full to pick anybody else's. Very disappointing.
and unsurprising.
It's true. Would be nice if, like, when you pulled off coup de grace, it was like fatalities in Mortal Kombat, and you could, like, show them their still beating heart right before they drop to the ground.
Tell Cordovan, I'm sure he'd grace that idea.
I'd rather they worked on new fishing content. That's not going to happen either.
Maybe they'll let us fish in Mount Doom and fish out the ring or something.
That'd be okay. I can catch the last of the Easterlings on my way back out of here. Let's go see what the big surprise is over the fence. Well, if you're just going to stand out here in the middle of everything, how can I not kill him?
Just peek over the fence and see Wilson over there.
Hello, neighbor. Piss off, cat. I'm trying to get my war steed. I ain't got time for this. Oh no. It's a gate.
Hi, Stage.
Hey, Stage. Butters. There's the last piece of Mordor steel I needed. How is there not a Slayer deed for Easterlings? That's just kooky. Alright, I have to admit it, it's just greed. I have to see what's in the backpack. Mm. I guess I'll leave it. Hate not picking up the heritage rune, but I didn't see anything obvious that I wanted to throw away. Let that be a lesson to you, boys and girls. Always subscribe VIP so you don't have to choose and not be able to just mail stuff out from the field. If I just paid my $12 this month, I'd have been golden.
What business have you with the Rotary?
Awesome to hear, Bugsy. Hope you enjoy it.
Dire. What brings
You made the right choice, Bugsy. You will have fun. Practically guaranteed.
The Rohirrim have need of your services. Your aid is welcome, friend.
I need to get to a mailbox, Zinger, so I can send you some more scholar stuff.
What did it do?
I knew you'd be excited. Since I'm probably sending you the same stuff that you already have piles and piles of in your own pack.
Most likely, but that's all good.
Learn to love the grind. Okay, Gussie. Whatever you do, Gussie Moose, don't stop listening, because you never know what I'm going to say about you next.
For any Bergs and the 40 Thieves can Feel free to stop by the kin house and grab any crafting materials or whatever you need from our chest.
Yeah, the kin chest is full. It's overloaded.
Just don't put single recipes in there and stuff like that.
I think I took out some, what's the word I'm looking for? Polished sapphires and rubies. Somebody left in there, and I went and dumped them at the vendor so I could make room for better stuff.
That works. I suppose if we really needed it, we could, grab stuff from one, look for the person who's been on the most, the most active or whatever, use that craft and mail it to them.
Yeah, that's what I did before we got the kin house. As a matter of fact, I've been sending a lot of jeweler stuff to Madness. He's been pretty active. Well, that was not quite the big dump I was hoping for.
Phrasing.
I picked that phrasing on purpose.
That well played. And looks like you can send all the mail you want to Beebs. They're fine with it.
Okay. Run away! Run away!
Welcome, my friends. Hey, old friend. May I have a moment of your time?
Langhold is under attack by brigands, and worse yet, their new Kundalar allies from the east.
What business have you with the Rotary?
Forrest Gump was on the other day, and I almost watched it, but then I decided to be a smart man and watch Mythbusters instead.
What did you almost watch?
Forrest Gump.
Oh, okay. I'm not a smart man. You got new legs, Lieutenant Dan.
I'm surprised they didn't pick you for the role.
I would have been great.
Our mission is dire.
Plus, let's face it, that one scene where he had to grow the beard out, I would have killed that.
Oh, totally. Looks like Bugsy's looking for some advice as to which race and class he should choose.
First character in LOTRO.
I mean, I guess I should say, like, are there other MMOs you have played, and is there kind of a play style you enjoy, like a more in-your-face kind of melee warrior, distance, DPS from afar class, healer, tank?
I walked right past her.
What brings you to these lands?
None of the classes are too difficult. I mean, there's some, like, starting off that are going to be easier than others. And, some of the ones that are tougher might be, could have, they're all good, I mean, pretty much. So it kind of boils down to what you feel like playing.
Burglar and Warden I think are more challenging than some of the other classes. I wouldn't recommend them as your first. But, I mean, there's no reason you couldn't do either of those as a second character.
What brings you to these lands?
And like for Maiden of Rohan, I think Burglar was her first character class. So it is possible to start out that way, but
And I mean, I guess, I would decide class before race, but if there is a certain race that you definitely want to play, that'll limit the classes that you want to play, because not every class can be every single race. So, like, if you definitely want to play a Hobbit, there's certain classes you won't be able to play. But like I said, I would probably decide more class than choose a race. The race choice is mostly a cosmetic look to it. There's a couple traits here and there, but it's nothing that's going to change the game in a way.
the starter area is going to be the same for a particular race, so there's no reason why you have to pick a class to begin with. My advice would be maybe try 2 or 3 of them to start out with and kind of go from there. The more characters you level up together, the more turbine points you'll earn, the less you'll have to spend out of pocket for expansions and things down the road. So try my first 3 characters were Elven Champion and a Human Hunter and I think an Elven Minstrel.
Yeah, and those 3 classes are probably going to be, in terms of, it's like easier to start off with. Like, Champions are very easy, kind of melee warriors to start off with. The Hunters are very easy class to learn for range DPS, and Minstrel is great for healing and damage.
What's not unusual for me to hop on the game and maybe play 2 or 3 characters each for, an hour or something, just to get a variety of different things going on, and it's whatever you're in the mood for. That gives you a chance to try different vocations out early as well. So you can try a weaponsmith, you can try an armor smith, you can try a scholar, you can learn about the different tradecraft. Because if you build a team of characters like that, they can swap crafting items around, and help each other out.
In stage, if you're looking in the LOTRO market, and then I know you said that Mines and More is $5, but if you look at the bottom of the page, there's a purchase called the Quad Pack, which it's basically 4 expansions, one of them being Mirkwood, I'm pretty sure. And if you're willing to spend the extra $5, that's a $10 purchase for 4 expansions and lots of content.
Yeah, that normally sells for $40. Money well spent.
Yeah, so the Quad Pack includes Moria, Mirkwood, Isengard, and Rohan. That's pretty much content from, level 50 to 85 or so. And, but wider, you can get further than 85 in Rohan.
Oh, there he is. The Reaver of Khand.
And it's interesting. It's actually, I didn't know how long they've been in there. I think Elder Gussie might have mentioned them. In the LOTRO market, there's like these veteran skirmish pack thing where you can unlock a couple skirmishes or so. But you also, with the purchase, you get 4 extra keys that you can share with friends or use as giveaways or whatever you want to do with it. And they have a couple packs like that. I think there's 2 or 3 packs that have a group of skirmishes, maybe some instances in there or something.
What brings you to these lands?
This is the whole problem with Sauron and the Nazgul. They make real estate a risky investment. Property values here in Langhold never do come back.
I don't know as much of Sauron as those kids who come back at you, those gangs of kids who run at you with bats and stick you in one place and beat you to death.
Yeah, but I kind of have it coming.
That is true.
Nice, known to the wold.
Our success depends upon our strength. Aid us.
Yay, 10 turbine points.
I'm still pretty low on TP after shelling out for a couple shared storage slots. At least it's TP well spent.
It is well spent. I just have a really hard time parting with turbine points. I'm back on my way up towards 5,000.
Nice. Well, you could just kidnap Chromite. You know, he's pretty good at winning TP.
Mm-hmm.
Though the LOTRO stream does not condone the kidnapping of people.
Yeah, but I don't know that they expressly forbid it either. We are off to Harwick.
Sounds like a friendly and very welcoming town you're about to go to.
Yeah, Harwick's renowned for its hospitality, as far as I know. That wold ruffian is guarding my ore. I burgled him.
I mean, I would imagine that Chris Hart is the person who discovered it.
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim. Welcome. Stay a moment and speak with me.
What brings you to these lands?
I have obtained my first war steed.
The Rohirrim will need your aid. The Rohirrim have need of your services.
Is that how they word it too? Like your first war, Steve?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, wait, we don't ever get another one. You know, I suppose if you do like light, heavy, medium or whatever, you can so and so. But yeah,
What business have you with the Rohirrim?
My war steed's name is Keely. Oop, wrong button.
My Warsteed's name is Chumbawamba.
That's a good Warsteed name. And I'll
I think
fight
I was
anyone who says different.
I think I was listening to the song while doing it. I guess I don't know why I named it that.
Am I fancy now? No, I forgot to select appearance. So I have to do all that again. Remember to hit the apply button. Very important, or your Warsteed doesn't change appearance.
Warsteed on. Apply directly to the Warsteed.
I was going to rename Kelly. So that's just a bad name for a Warsteed. Do I want to rename Keeley?
You probably want to rename it Tariel, don't you?
Okay, chat, taking suggestions. What should we name the Warsteed? Ready, go.
Man, if Fudgenator was in here, I'm sure she would have some choice names for it.
I'd feel bad about having to ban her, too. Shift M to open the Steed panel. Good advice, Stage. Little Ed is my name.
You could always name it Failed to Burgle.
That's a good point. Since I'm a burglar, I will name my pony Felony. I can always change it later.
You can misspell it too, so you'd be like F-E-L-L-A, like a fella, and then just put NY on the end.
For you pen and paper folks out there who used to read Dragon magazine, I could always name him Phineas. After Phineas Fingers. It's a good horse name. Okay, so now we'll change the vote. Type Phineas if you like Phineas, or type Felony if you like Felony. Zinger, what's your vote?
I'd probably go with Felony just because it fits the.
Not as obscure of a reference.
Do what you want, sir.
I will. I'm just trying to get some chat participation going.
What business have you? The Rotary.
Ride through the blue flags. Begin lesson 2. Ride through the red flags. This seemed almost impossible when I first got here in game and hadn't upgraded my video card yet. It's like I can't do it.
Well, it's probably pretty impossible for most people whose it is their first war steed. They're not used to the kind of ski mechanics going on.
Yeah.
For some reason, when you were saying red flag and blue flag, I thought of the movie Airplane. I think it was somewhere near the beginning. Have you ever seen that or not?
Yeah. Are you kidding?
Yeah,
It's a classic.
Yeah. No, I didn't. I don't know. It made me think of like the red zone is for unloading.
We are jumping.
Looks like you got a couple people saying agreeing with felony. DeMay says, how about Finnegan instead?
Finnegan? I wouldn't want him discriminated against because people thought my horse was Irish. Oh, I gotta do multiple laps. How'd you set up your war steed? Are you doing light or medium?
Light. I pretty much do light with everyone.
I think I remember you telling me that before. Mounted combat using daggers.
And usually I'll start like just pumping my points into like agility, but this time around I'm like, I'll just, I know generally it's gonna be all over the place anyway, so I just started pumping them into like the trees themselves. Like I like getting the red stuff for all the damage, but then I also kind of like going into blue to lower the cooldown on the skills, because it always feels like this takes forever for skills to go off. On more speed, the cooldowns are really long. And then of course I started playing around, just putting points here and there into yellow to get some of the class specific goodies.
It's kind of messed up coming here on a new character because you're like, oh, I can't wait for Langhold to burn so I can get my new war steed. Once all those people die, I'll be all hooked up.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Hey, most of them make out of it. Most of them make, at least the women and the children get out of it.
That's true.
And met by welcoming hostility and Harvick.
Will you aid the horse lords?
I will aid the horse lords. Thank you for asking. Finnegan is a good name suggestion.
What business have you, the Rotary?
will he have whiskers on his chin again?
Very good question. Let's head up to the mead hall. I have discovered Harwick. This is a wonderful crafting hall. Almost completely full service. You have to go to the auction house, but Vault Keeper's right here. Everything else is within about 15 feet of you. What can we put away, Zinger?
Please don't put me away.
Oak logs. That's funny, I've got oak logs over here too. We'll put them all together.
I was happy to finally be able to send you some junk the other day.
Yeah, I got most of that put in the kin chest, but the stuff that I could use myself, I did.
I thought you could use all of it. Maybe I sent some stuff that I wasn't supposed to send, whatever.
Nope, no harm.
Unfortunately, a scholar can't, get the two other kind of nodes, so they don't really get much stuff for other people unless they loot it or pull it off a treasure chest or something. Yeah, I'm dropping loot. Yeah, Finnegan's sounds like a pretty common name for a pub to me.
I think there's a Finnegan's here in town I go eat lunch at occasionally. Mailbox. Let's vend some stuff first.
You have need of our assistance.
Are you not doing any farming, Zinger?
No, I mean, I've been doing farming mostly for to get stuff for the scholar thing. I mean, I have farming to Anorian. You know, I can crit Anorian. I just haven't really done much since.
Oh, okay.
But especially if you're sending the peat, whatever it is, the piles to rich soil. That one is used for the wildflower field, so that one's really nice. The ones that can give all sorts of scholar dye materials.
Alright, just to keep things fun, we'll open a loot chest. Hopefully it'll be fun. Normally it turns out tragically. I'm always like, why didn't I sell this? Or I don't have keys, one of the two. Oh, that's one thing I can put away. That's my special 7-day writ of passage.
The one that didn't sell for 2,000 gold.
Right. I just like it and we'll keep it. There they are. I don't have as many keys as I thought. Big money, big money, big money, no whammies.
Stop.
Delicate Heritage, Ruin of Legend, 5 Scrolls of Universal Crafting Lore. Yeah. I have horrible luck with loot chests. I've actually pulled a lot worse than that. Harwick might be a bit on the unfriendly side, but they have a absolutely terrific crafting hall. Almost worth the abuse that they give you. I don't know. Wouldn't milestoning here. I don't know if I've got one to give up. Log hire. So that's a tough one to give up because that basically connects me to all of Angmar, plus to Stelden and to Tinnander and Evendom. Nars Peak, 21st Hall. I have no intention to go into Narn's Peak again anytime soon.
Until the very moment you give it up, then you realize, oh crap, I should have.
Yeah. It's alright. Stage and Beebs like felony. DeMay the Real says, how about Finnegan? I got 2 felonies and 1 Finnegan. Anyone got any info on the new Lord of the Rings spin-off that's supposed to happen? I'm really interested in it. I have not heard.
I have no idea what that is. It is true.
Alright, I got 2 votes for felony, 1 vote for Finnegan. You like felony, Zinger?
Yeah, felony solid.
Alright. Felony is the winner.
Just picked up that worst dude skill that charms an enemy and turns them against their allies for a little while.
Nice.
It's pretty neat, I guess. It seems more or less like a stun, I guess, because it, keeps them out of your hair for a little while.
I don't suppose I have a healing skill yet. I don't really have any skills, do I?
Yeah, once you hit 75, like, all your skills will pop on, basically. At 74, I don't, you might have, like, auto attack or something, I don't know.
No stance dancing yet.
Correct. Well, you can dance all you want, just don't leave your friends behind.
That's good advice. What if my friends don't dance?
Well, they're no friends of yours, then.
Word. Is that a dead one? Or is that just a rock that I think is a salamander? It's just a rock I thought was a salamander. Oh, these aren't even the salamanders I'm supposed to be killing. That is super annoying. Like, those salamanders weren't even crazed enough to rate. Oh, I never did go to the mead hall yet either. Alright, so far that was super annoying. My own fault. Gotta pay attention. Does anybody know anything about this Lord of the Rings spin-off that Poison referenced? I haven't heard word one. Is it going to be like Lethal Weapon where Fox turns it into a weekly TV series?
I mean, unless they're talking about the Baron and Luthien book that it will be published, that maybe that could be it, but that's not. I don't know. That would be my guess, is it has, the Baron and Luthien book that'll be published out.
Okay. We'll talk about that. What is that?
A book and stuff.
Welcome, my friend.
I'm not too heavy into the lore, actually. I've read the books, just. I'm no Tolkien professor. That's all I'll say.
Alright. Well, I'd heard him talking about the new book and had kind of just sort of... I have a lot of Seahawks information and Rolling Stones trivia to memorize. Sometimes knowledge just sort of drops out of my head. New Stones album comes out in a couple weeks, by the way.
Welcome and well met, my friend.
I'm sorry, I don't know when the new ABBA album is coming out yet.
I can't slot any more legendaries.
Welcome, my friend.
We need to melt something.
Legendary item slots are on sale this week.
Are they? That's a waste of money, though.
I think I've gotten a couple on my characters that I know I'm going to have like a lot of rolls, and maybe like on the tank character, like on a guardian where you think you're going to be doing all that stuff and all that junk.
Yeah, this had better be damn near free. Fortunately, it is damn near free. 200 turbine points I can afford.
So I can definitely see it, or like on a Runekeeper or something like that, where you want to be doing some healing and some damage. That's going to be 4 slots right there, at least.
Oop, wrong way.
I've never shelled out 100 mithril coins for a third trait setup, though.
Oh, it gave me all of my skills. Apparently I needed the bridle. It wasn't a matter of leveling up.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting.
So how do I normally like to do this? Stances go up. Quick stop goes up.
Yeah, but maybe it's level 74 that you get the, because 74 gets you that paper to get enter Rohan. Maybe it's unless they changed it around. I thought it used to be that like it was level locked behind getting the skills. It could be 74. Doesn't matter, I guess.
Okay. Oh, that's the wrong way. As long as I can get out of here, I'll make it work. Nope. Turned too soon. Okay, the crazed salamanders are back over here.
Stargirth wants to know if you're still going strong.
Yeah, I'm still after it. I don't know how long I've been on. 11:35. I started about 8 o'clock local, 9 o'clock Eastern. So, I haven't been at it that long. 3.5 hours. We've leveled up. We've gotten our war steed. It's been a good, productive night so far.
And I'm still using the level 60 LI, of course.
Natch. Yeah, me too. I'm actually
I
looking
guess-
forward to 75th so I can try making a better one.
Ah, nice. Yeah, I guess I should. I'm probably fine with now until at least 85, because once you get to West Rohan, it seems like there's kind of like a big jump in the enemy difficulty and whatnot.
That salamander was crazed. This was acting exactly like the non-crazed ones.
Do you think it was the other salamanders who called him crazy, or do you think it was the Rohirrim that did it?
They were probably just PMS and having a bad day. It happens.
It's the beer Sargareth. That'll do that to men.
Benjamin Franklin says beer is proof that God loves us, Sargareth. You wouldn't be wrong for wanting to find out why.
Beard.
Sargareth misheard you.
I mishear myself all the time. All good.
Ten of 10 on crazed salamanders. Find the source of the buzzing noise. Discover the source of the salamander's strange behavior. Couldn't possibly be this cave of undead over here, could it? That's what makes me look like an orc. Stratagem.
Yes.
Wow, it fooled the Drog even.
Yeah, you can pretty much just like ride through, war games and all that stuff, as long as you don't just like stand next to them for an hour. And by turning that on, most of like at least your base skills, you get like you get a boost if you get some extra thing if you attack after setting up stratagem. Just like any other, normal trick in the yellow line.
Cool.
Sargrith, I mean, I really haven't done much of anything in medium worsted, but I would guess when they're saying the advice to go for a medium one is just because it's heavier, so it's going to have more armor than a light worsted, just like a heavy worsted is going to have more than a medium or a light, so it might have some more defensive capabilities. In terms of like the defensive capabilities for light worsted, it's mostly kind of evade stuff, you know. If they hit you, they're going to do more damage, but it kind of focuses on trying to evade the enemy in the first place. Ed would definitely have more to say about this stuff because I know he does, you know, more a variety of worsted weights.
Yeah, I've got a. This will actually be my first medium horse. My just because I have no idea what the best way to go is. I'd had my champion on a heavy worsted and liked that setup for the champion. So I set my. Can't believe I'm blanking on it. I must be getting a little tired if I can't remember my hunter. But I had my hunter set up on a heavy worsted too. And I don't know that that's the correct way to set up a hunter, but I was used to it. But when I set my minstrel up on a heavy worsted, Eldolith was watching my stream one night, and she was like, "Are you out of your mind?" And we spent like 45 minutes fixing my minstrel worsted. Moved it to a light, set it up with a proper bridle. And what's tough about it is I believe that your skills change. They're different for most of the classes, and they're different for most of the different class of horse. So if you're a minstrel and you're on a light horse, a medium horse, and a heavy horse, all of those skills are different. And then if you switch over to a rune keeper, those are all different for rune keeper, and they'll have a different set for light, medium, and heavy. And then of course you've got 3 different trait trees in each of those weights. So you could go minstrel light yellow, minstrel light blue, minstrel light red, minstrel medium blue, minstrel medium red, minstrel medium yellow. So you've basically got 9 different options for each character class, and trying to sort all that out and figure out what's optimal, it's beyond me. I mean, I've never even been that concerned about it to where I've tried to figure it out. I'm sure there are people out there who know more a lot than I do, who could explain it, but I usually just try to find a combination that'll work. Based on the minstrel experience, I think that a good way to start out, at least, is to pick if your character can wear light armor, you might try a light worsted first, and then play around with it and see what you can get it to do. That could be a completely false assumption on my part too. That might just be an idiotic thought. Your worsted weight and your armor weight may have nothing to do with each other. I don't really know. I just know that I like a heavy worsted on my champion who wears heavy armor. And my minstrel performed a lot better with a light worsted, and my minstrel wears light armor. So I don't know if the developers designed it that way, or if that's just a coincidence, or if anybody else in chat has had different experiences that they want to talk about. Let me know. I mean, this is only my 4th character I've gotten up on a worsted, so trying to figure out all the intricacies of it.
Yeah, I mean, I always figured that it was just that basically that light worsted is the DPS worsted, heavy worsted is the tank worsted, the medium worsted is kind of, you know, a bit of both. You know, it could do some, you know, it could probably do more damage than a heavy worsted, but it's not going to be as tanky as a heavy one. You know, that kind of thing. So, you know, if you have you know, I know Ed said that he liked his champion on a heavy. I don't know, like some people might like their champion on a light worsted. It might do more damage than on the heavy.
See, my fury bonus on the heavy bridle is enormous. I'm surprised you think that light is for DPS. I mean, that might be something worth playing with some night. Dig my champion out, find a light bridle, and max it out and see what the trait differences and things look like.
You could be right. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of biased because, like I said, I've always gone with light, so I don't really have to think about it. I automatically just, you know, I just don't want to think too much about it. So I'm just like, light, good enough. You know, it's never really difficult content on a worst dude, so I'm never too worried about, like, you know, having to survive and all that. Or, you know, if I need to survive, usually I can jump into the blue stance, and there's usually something that lets me heal up.
Not a big fan of worst steeds, but I followed Big Ed's train of thinking with my characters. Yeah, hopefully that's working out for you. I am completely guessing. But it seems like whenever I talk to somebody who's just really positive, I know exactly what to do with war steeds. It's for this one particular character of theirs.
Yeah, and some classes with some of their skills or their war steed skills are pretty interesting because basically on a hunter, which you wouldn't think like, you know, tank at all, but you take a hunter and put it into the blue stance on the war steed, it's pretty good tank because it can run around and it could just keep on healing up both power and morale pretty well.
And then when I talk to somebody who has tons of alts and they're like, oh yeah, I've got like 55 different characters, and yeah, I've got like 20 people that are level 105, and it's like, what do you think about this for a war steed? They're like, oh, I hate mounted combat, I never play on my war steed. So it's like, okay, that's of no help, but thanks. But I mean, there's a lot of players who feel that way about mounted combat.
Yeah, I think it's going to kind of depend on the class, because, like, yeah, also, like, with the hunters, with the recent buffs and upgrades, like, it seems like they would just do more damage off their war steed and then on. And, you know, like, you probably look at, like, RKs, you know, fire RKs love their damage, so
Yeah.
their damage off war steed, so I would imagine they probably would prefer to be off their war steed. And it was definitely a nice gesture when they increased melee characters' war steed damage by, I think it was like by about 50% or so, just because they had such a tough time. You know, they have to reach up to the enemy, and you know, their damage wasn't all that great, but they did something nice to boost their damage. And yeah, and I was always kind of surprised, like, you know, I figured, like, you know, we're in Rohan, you know, this is the land of these are the horsemen. So I thought, like, after, when we went to Gondor, they were going to make it so that war steed combat wasn't a thing. You could still ride around on it, but I thought they were going to disable it like they do for regions prior to Rohan. Really, I think people are just upset that on their Bjorn they can't turn into a bear on their war steed.
Yeah, riding around on a heavy war steed as a champion is about the Middle-earth equivalent of being on the battlefield inside of a tank. It's like having 8,000 extra morale and 2 sets of armor protecting you instead of 1. Large sickle fly nest.
And that trample skill does seem pretty juicy.
That helps, yeah. And there was a bug, might have been right after update 18 came out, but they boosted the criticals, and I think somebody screwed up the random number generator because it was like 75% chance of basically one-shotting anything I swung at for my war steed. For a couple of weeks, I was nigh invincible on horseback, which I had no problem with. I was like, wow, this kind of makes mounted combat not suck, and then it went away. It's still pretty good, though. And the other thing I'm trying to figure out is, for some reason, I like dual wielding for regular combat, and I like two-handed weapons for mounted combat. And I don't know if that's just something I imagined, if there's a statistical reason for that. What the
Yeah,
difference is.
that's a statistical reason.
That's by design.
Well, I mean, it's just that on Worsted damage only takes into account your main hand damage.
Oh, okay.
Unless there's some classes that have specialized skills that allow both hand. But like I look at the burglar, and all the damage skills are all just main hand only. So, statistically speaking, it is better to have a two-hand weapon if you can for that class while on Worsted.
I am guessing that the champion gets both damage, regular and offhand, but I'm guessing that maybe the fury bonus only goes to the main hand, the primary weapon. That could be what it is, because I mean, when I see the damage output, it shows me the hits from both swords. If that makes any sense.
I don't know. I don't know. Someone like Blood would probably know better what to do, but I don't. On my champ, I just stick with dual hand Wars 2 because I don't feel like setting up another weapon or switching a weapon or any of that stuff.
I'm an idiot.
What else is new?
There it is. Like, I'm glad I'm leveling up my new bridle. Oh, wait, maybe I should equip it. There we go. That's, if you ever find yourself having problems with mounted combat, just walk yourself through your war steed setup. I've just been amazed at some of the stupid-ass mistakes I've caught myself making. Not having a bridle equipped, not having used any of the points after leveling up the bridle, not assigning a trait tree on the war steed. I mean, I've done some really dumb stuff. It's one of those things that you just don't look at it that often. So, when you first start out, it's not like you're going to get a bunch of big bonuses right off the bat. But then at the same time, if you forget to set that stuff up, you forget about it, and then all of a sudden you're wondering, like, why is my mounted combat so sad? And it might be because you forgot to straighten out your war steed. I'll throw a quick salute their way. Are we out deeding? 10 of 10. Looks like I got a bunch of quests to go turn in. Okay.
Yeah, Sardarth, I would say that's accurate. You know, through bridle and skill trees. Yeah, you'll level it up. You'll get points to put into the skill trees. That'll do a lot, and bridle will do a lot. So, yep.
That is correct, Sargareth, yes.
And then like every like 5 or 10 levels or so, instead of getting 1 point when you level up, you'll get 3, I think, or something like that. So you'll get more points. You'll have a lot of points to spend.
I do not want to repeat that tutorial. Thank you, though.
Yeah, I just opened up my mode of combat something to check something, and I didn't have my bridle equipped. I don't know.
I mean, there's a bunch of extra moving pieces to it. That's the funny part. It's easy to do.
I have that could have been since the very beginning. I have no idea. You know, I easily could have clicked off or something, but yeah. Because I think I slotted it through the legendary item panel. I turned it in to start leveling up through the panel and not through the non-combat panel. And Sargareth, the weight of the horse is dependent on the trait itself. It's not through slotting the bridle itself. You have to actually switch it to the trait that you want.
And then I assume I'm correct in saying that if you mismatch your trait tree and your bridle, you don't get the bridle bonuses.
I think like something like the minor legacies, you still get those because those are the ones where you'll have like the power and like you can get like the legacies. I'm sorry, to get like power and this and that. So I think maybe at least the minor legacies will still apply, and I don't know about the fury bonus, but I think maybe the major legacies are usually ones that are, specific to that weight of steed. I mean, in any case, I would make sure that your saddle matches up to whatever trait you picked, whatever weight class you picked. But apparently you can be not wearing a saddle and still be doing just fine.
A bridle?
Bridle, yeah. Bridle, saddle, whatever this that.
This old man really wants me off of his lawn.
Does he own a Gran Torino?
Probably.
Yes, a horsey thingy. Exactly. Cerberus.
Will you aid the Horse Lords? Rohirrim have need of your services. Rohirrim will
And in terms of switching, if you have your open up your mount in the combat panel,
aid the
you
Rohirrim.
go to the third tab, the traits tab, and players get 2 specs for free, just like you get 2 specs for your own class for free. And if you you can set up a light, or you can set up a light spec on one, and then you can trade spec a second one and set up a medium or whatever, and you just switch between those, and that'll switch from a light steed to a medium steed.
Max distance of ranged skills. Isn't that useless on a burglar? Since we have no ranged
Yeah.
skills?
That sounds correct to me. Unless it affects, I mean, it doesn't matter because I don't. It might affect like the auto attack. I think auto attack, or there's something where like it looks like there's an animation of throwing something, just like there is I think with some of the other melee classes. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, yeah. I don't tend to really spend much in that, even on a range class, just because I'm moving up, I'm making passes across the enemy, so I don't really need to make my distance that large.
But if you guys watch what I just did there, I'm in medium, I'm in red line, or I don't think I picked a line yet, but I've got 1 point to spend. I always default to red line. I'll stick with it. So here we are. I've got my trait trees. I've got weight selected. I've got 3 different branches. And watch what happens if I switch. If I go to light, all of a sudden a lot of this stuff changes down here. It gets grayed out. Some of the traits get renamed. Maybe not as much as I thought. Yeah, this was bolstering cry, and now it's understanding. So your weight and your trait tree both change. You've got basically 9 different options, and it's unique to the character class. So there's a lot of playing around with Warstreed to figure out what you like the best. Not everything changes, but not everything stays the same. And, for me to sit down with my champion and even go through all the possible options, it's never even crossed my mind. I've just gone heavy red line and left it alone. With Hunter, heavy red line didn't give me a healing option, and I mentioned stance dance before. That's where you basically change from one stance to the other so you can heal during a fight and then switch back when you're ready to go to attack mode. The effects that you get with each of these different trait trees can be pretty significant. So you can't really assume anything. You really have to dive down and read what the different skills do. Zinger was talking before about, I'll go back here to the base horse skills. I don't know why there's a hole there. Let's move those over. This stratagem skill, it doesn't do anything on strategic strike, so I moved that up to my primary attack. But for the rest of these, you'll notice the orange text that says this skill is enhanced by trick stratagem. So enhanced by stratagem, enhanced by stratagem. This one is not. So I could probably move this up. And then this last one is not enhanced by stratagem. This gives you an evade boost. It's more of a defensive skill. Although that would be something good to spam in battle. I like to separate out the skills that, this is a trick, this is defensive, these are attacks, these are stances, these are miscellaneous. Break free is a obvious. It's break free. It does what it says. If you get movement impairment, you can hit that, and then this one is quick stop. So I try to separate my skills out into groups while I can, and that way in the heat of combat, hopefully I won't miss and click the wrong thing. But the variety of different options you have in mounted combat, I think has probably been largely overlooked. A lot of the players that really dive into the character classes and they play a lot of alts, for some reason have just skipped over mounted combat. And the folks who really seem to know mounted combat for their one or two favorite character classes and not much else. You just really have to dive in and see what works for you. I'm just going to default to medium red for now and see where it goes. So.
No, I thought break free started making your character sing like Queen. Is that incorrect?
It does both.
Oh, sweet.
Welcome. Stay a moment and speak with me.
Yeah, I pretty much use break free. If I get that debuff that makes like you turn, that makes you say like you don't turn at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of the creatures that attack you will, particularly like trolls or half trolls, some of the heavier hitting opponents, NPCs, they will damage your war steed's agility, and you won't be able to turn as readily, and it gets pretty frustrating. They can also cause your war steed to slow down or stop completely.
Like a cow that just hit me and gave me that debuff.
There you go. So medium bridle of the third age is leveled up. I'll bet there wasn't a rune keeper or a forge master in here either, was there? I get kicked out of Harwick just in time. Hey, there is. I'm in luck.
Wow, I'm suddenly doing much more damage on my worst seed. I wonder why.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, there's enough moving pieces to it that if you don't pay attention, it's really easy to overlook that. Been there, done that, so.
I mean, fortunately, I assume that burglar was probably given that like 50% extra damage when they boosted the melee classes.
There we are. I will rename this the Disco Bridle of the Funky Valar. Because I've been streaming about 4 hours. I'm starting to get a little bit loose now. Strength.
I think that's the name of one of the
power.
of the Tolkien books, right? The
That's
stuff, Valar, everything.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I think that's an ancient relic mentioned in the Silmarillion. I figure since the Silmarillion is so difficult to read, it's kind of like Dianetics by L. Ron Hubbard. You can just claim anything and say it's in the Silmarillion, and people will be like, oh yeah, I think I remember that.
Like that Bible thing.
Yeah, every once in a while they make us crack those open and look inside.
Awesome to hear, Vloxy streams. Give it a go.
It's not only a great game to stream, but the community is really nice. The LOTRO streamers help each other out quite a bit and support each other. What little backbiting there used to be, I think, has kind of calmed down, and we're all getting along pretty well. The folks on LOTRO stream, there's a lot of fantastic streamers here, but even if you're not a stream team member for LOTRO stream, I mean, we still host folks and follow each other and pitch in and help moderate, and yeah, it's a good community. The game's a lot of fun, and you know, not to disparage any other games, of course, but because it's Tolkien, you get a myself excluded, a much more mature player base and a much better mix of male and female. This isn't a bunch of 22-year-old frat boys who play this game. So, I mean, you know, every once in a while, you'll come on to have fun and play video games, and you might accidentally get pulled into an intelligent conversation about something, or just meet people with diverse interests. And
Plus, if you're a guy and you quote some Tolkien to a girl you're after, you might be able to woo her.
so we would absolutely encourage you to stream LOTRO. Yeah, this killing wargs seems to be better too.
It's amazing.
Who'da thunk?
They need to throw in some kind of giant text when you first get your bridle. Like, don't forget to equip it, you idiot. They can do a little lore breaking for the sake of the player.
I don't disagree. Oh good, I get to go defeat more marsh flies. Kick ass.
Kick some thorax for me.
Oh, I sold my dagger, didn't I? So I've got an interesting conundrum. My offhand weapon does way more damage than my primary. So I was going to switch them out, but I can't use my legendary offhand. And I sold the dagger I was using for offhand damage.
Well, you're a weaponsmith, and you can make a new one.
I'll figure something out.
Yeah, same here. When my main hand does 90 to 150, and my offhand starts at 176. So, yep. Hello, maiden.
Maiden of Rohan? I think she's stalking me.
That would be a first. She was playing a new game earlier.
Cool. Oh, the yarn game.
Unravel or Unravel or whatever it is.
She drowned Yarnley. It was pretty ugly. I saw it.
Murderer.
Exactly. Does the stealth attack make a big difference?
I guess so. I haven't really been using it as much as I should. But I guess it depends on the skill. Like, you know, one might add a bleed to it, one might add evade or something.
Yeah, that hit for almost 4,000.
There you go. You know, I'm sure it's be a good idea for me to remember at least for the you know, bosses or signatures, etc. I think they may be teasing you in chat. They're meanies.
That's not right. I was in her chat. That's not stalker behavior. Telling her I want to paint her toenails, that might be stalker behavior. It's not really true, though. I don't even paint Mrs. Mustafa's toenails, and she, like, brings me sandwiches and Coke Zero and stuff.
Plus, I'm pretty sure it's all just turned this week to paint their toenails.
That could be, too. I have to say the mounted combat isn't laggy at all so far tonight. Seems to be running pretty well. As long as you're talking about actual cheesy potatoes and that's not a euphemism, I don't think that's stalkery. We actually get a ranged attack from horseback?
Well, like I said, that might be the auto attack. I don't know if it's. I don't remember. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, every skill I see in here is a melee skill, so yeah, like I said, it could just be the auto attack that's thrown in there between a skill.
That's pretty good. What was that, about a 4,000 point hit? Yeah, that stratagem does seem to boost the initial hit. Anyway, Maiden, I'm on Little Ed Mustafa, and he just got his war steed, so I'm trying to figure out burglar war steeding. We've been talking about war steeds and the intricacies and complexities and variety of war steed battle.
Now we tease her about her burglar, but she's actually been online recently.
I saw that. Ginger Snap's almost 40th.
Yes, looks like it. I mean, she's dangerous to fellowship with, but she's doing well.
That's good. Does Sauron give her experience points for everybody in her fellowship she gets killed? How does that work?
Yeah, she might get some kind of a throwback for doing that. Maybe Grima gives her a pat on the back or something. Maiden, how was your party that you weren't allowed to eat at and they didn't have any food?
Nobody doubts that for a second, Maiden. Maiden of Rohan is a secret agent of Sauron sent to dismember the 40 Thieves. Oh good, me and my hunter friend are fighting over... Raiden of Mohan, and I will carry out my orders. Well, we were doing shout-outs earlier. Hopefully most of you folks have found Maiden's stream by now, but if you haven't, be sure to check out Maiden of Rohan. I'm going to give a shout out to Veloxy Streams just to encourage Veloxy to actually go ahead and start streaming LOTRO. But that's the thing, Maiden. I'm still awesome even if I shave the beard. My awesomeness is not beard dependent. There we go. Whenever you hear that horse noise, that's me getting more war steeds points to spend. Easy for me to say. Defeat the Den Mother at Fang Point. Oh, hit it too late.
Do my eyes deceive me? Is Maiden being nice to you?
She feels sorry for me.
Either that or she ate too much cheese or something. I don't know.
Well, the Huskers did go ahead and land Wisconsin an automatic berth into the Big Ten championship today, so maybe she's just pitying me.
Nice.
I were the den mother. There she is. So we'll get a nice run at her. Uh, 2,500 maybe? Not that big of a hit. Maiden, would you like to tell us how you have your war steed set up for your burglars? Yep, he's running back. Zinger is running blue line light, and I am running red line medium. Kill wargs at Fang Point.
Well, as far as I know, the actual character trait isn't going to affect the war steed. It's the stance that you're on the war steed. But yeah, I'm on a light war steed. He's on a medium war steed.
No, that's what I was saying earlier. The same stance changes based on the weight of the war steed.
Oh, okay, yeah. There's too many colors and this and that, and okay.
Medium
It's
blue
odd.
and light blue are different. Yep, where are we here? Traits. Like this is called savagery. This middle skill on red line for medium. If I go light, it changes it to deceptive appearance. If I go heavy, it changes it to mounted advantage. So that same red line changes based on light, medium, or heavy.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I was hearing a line. I was thinking stance, or I don't know. I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
Well, and here's another mistake I just made with my war steed. You remember me trading out all those points? I never clicked apply, so none of that stuff took before.
Good night, stage.
Good night, stage. Hopefully you learned more than we confused you with. It's probably a wash. Apply. Very important to click apply. Oh, and that knocked me off my war steed. Thanks for that. Well, there I one-shot killed the warg. Good things happen when you actually apply your trait points. Don't be like us, boys and girls. Pay attention when you're outfitting your war steeds. Oh, there's a solo war band nearby. That might be fun. hand run. Dead ahead. I don't think I've died on stream yet tonight. Let's see if we can make the magic happen, shall we?
But have you fished?
I have fished. I fished by the Easterling camp.
Good spot.
I thought so. That would be hand run. Oh, yeah, right behind him. Boom. 5,000 hit points. Got him. And I managed to wander into the Norcrofts by accident. Fantastic.
Looks like medium runs mostly in medium.
Medium red and blue. Really, this dude's actually coming after me. Alright. Like the great Arnold Schwarzenegger said in his movie Commando, that's potty. Which actually means let's party. He was not suggesting that people go to the bathroom together. He doesn't pronounce his R's very well.
Kind of made for like a good diversion, you know, put off a fake heat signature or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's really all about survival. You know, gotta do what you gotta do.
Oh no! I'm gonna start dropping loot again, Singer.
Well, considering we have a 15-second debuff clear, I'm not sure you need those both battle potion things that clear debuffs. And it looks like that you have a landscape soldier token in there you could just use right away, and it just puts time on. Because that doesn't tick down until you Unless you
Activate
actually,
it.
so yeah, unless you actually summon your soldier in landscape.
I have 2
I
of
mean,
those.
you can do whatever you want. I'm just throwing that out there just in case it can help
Nope, all good
clear up a couple
suggestions.
spots here and there.
Just because a lot of this is useless crap I never use doesn't mean it's not important to me.
Of course.
Ooh, I got a Harwick pennant. And Rohirric Celebrant salves, because those are important for something.
And meat in my Thanksgiving was pretty good. Pretty, we don't really do anything exciting. If anything, my sister's family comes over, but it's pretty chillax. I'm sure it would have been better with some cheesy potatoes, though.
I hear they taste like Wisconsin.
They do sound good. I do like my potatoes.
Well, Mrs. Mustafa and I went to dinner Wednesday night at one of the local Greek restaurants. I had a dish called pork tigana. It's almost like a Greek stir fry. It was green and red bell peppers, onion, sauteed together with pork loin, and it was all in a white wine and garlic sauce. And then they serve it with rice and Greek potatoes.
That sounds pretty dang good. Excuse my French there.
It was not unpleasant to eat. Actually, my one concern about ordering that dish is sometimes it comes out a little greasy, and this wasn't. This was spot on. They did a nice job with it. I think that same warband is coming back around again. You should be looking to avoid me because I beat him down so hard the last time.
Yeah, that's where something like that stratagem is nice too out of combat. And while the stratagem does drop your max speed down. Oh wait, no, medium. I don't know if you have dash. I guess not.
I
I was gonna
don't.
say, yeah. I was gonna say on a light steed, a dash using dash can bring it back up to the max speed.
Which is weird because on my champion I have dash on my heavy.
Oh really? Oh.
Yeah. It's a mystery.
What business have you with the Rohirrim? Will you aid the horse lords?
Unless it has something to do with pairing with trample or something. I don't know.
Rohirrim will need your aid.
I guess it doesn't really matter when you can jump in the air and your speed suddenly jumps up to like 50 meters per second or 50 whatevers.
Dropping more loot.
Welcome, friend. Are you in need of my services?
That's a lot of blotchy skin I've got. Okay, am I missing it, or is there not a mailbox in this crap hole outpost? Don't be like me, boys and girls. Subscribe VIP so you don't have to find mailboxes. Nope, there's just not one here.
Yeah, it looks like it's just in the Langhold, Hardwick, and Floodwind in terms of the world. I mean, it makes logistical sense since the other ones are kind of more just outposts. They're not like, yeah, you're not far from Hardwick at all.
Yeah, I just can't go in.
Well, you can go in, just don't get spotted. And even if you get spotted, you have to get spotted like twice or something in a row or something like that. And the worst that they do is they kick you out like right beyond the probably kick you out and kick you near a mailbox. Or if you're close enough to Floodwind, you can go grab the mailbox there and pick up the stable point.
Thank you, Pookie.
I swore you called me Poopy. Ah, I wish.
Wake and Flood. Mrs. Mustafa was kind enough to freshen my drink. It may be a metal cup, but it's still delicious, crisp, and refreshing. Coke Zero.
What business have you with the road you're in?
An Easterling scouting party. Sucks there's no way to pick pockets from horseback.
I thought of the same thing.
Defeat snipers. One down. Lindsay made me a big pile of bilberry pies. I will eat one. Pookie. Al Bundy used to call Peg Bundy Pookie. And Zinger's right, I do love my lasagna. In fact, I've probably told the story before on stream, but one of the things I told my wife when we were dating was I could never marry a girl who couldn't make lasagna. So after we'd been dating a few years, after a while, as a gag gift, I gave her a Chef Boyardee boxed lasagna kit to try to make. Yeah, she tried to follow the directions but forgot to put cheese in the lasagna. She couldn't quite figure out why it didn't taste right. Mrs. Mustafa has many fine qualities. Her cooking skills are not amongst them. Man, I am getting pelted. We'll just walk away from that position.
But did you enjoy your sheets of pasta?
She did cook them, and they had tomato sauce on them, so I don't even remember if she served it. She looked at it when it came out of the oven, and she knew it was wrong, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. But she had the good sense to not serve it, I think.
Apparently, Fidel Castro passed away.
Oh. Him and Florence Henderson the same day, huh?
Well, I guess one day apart. I don't know the time different. Wikipedia says the 25th. Okay,
Oh, okay.
but yes, essentially. They seem to be dropping like flies this year, especially musicians.
It is a shame. And being a big Rolling Stones fan, I hold my breath whenever they make another announcement. It's like, yeah, and the Rolling Stones are in the news today. I'm like, and they're releasing a new album. I'm like, I know Mick and Keith can't last forever, but
And in random LOTRO news, I saw on Twitter that someone had opened up a loot box and they got 2 pick 'em out things inside of it.
yeah, and what did I get earlier? Some crafting scrolls and it was crap. I still remember All Up opening that box. I mean, it was like a gold box. It wasn't even anything very high end. And he opens it up on stream and he gets like Vitality 1 through Vitality 5 tomes all out of the same box. It was like 1,250 gold piece loot box. I was just like, I've never seen anything like that before. It was like, is this good? Yeah, All Up, that's good.
Oh yeah, because that's the one he was talking about transferring over to Brandy or something to have some gold for the kin or whatever.
Well, he got it on Brandywine. I thought he was trying to figure out how to transfer it over to his main line.
Oh, okay.
I forget all which servers he plays on. Landerville, I think, is his main.
Yeah, Landy is his name.
Our mission is dire. Our mission is dire.
My mission is dire.
Our success
Take care, Demay.
strength. You aid us.
Demay, take care. Thanks for coming out, watching the stream tonight.
The Rohirrim will need your aid.
Free the prisoners, kill the leader. I remember the good old days of the 40 Thieves. I would have picked up that tater and mailed it to All Up, but now it would just come back to me. It's hard to believe with all the abuse we give him, he doesn't want to come over here and play with us anymore.
I was going to say there's nothing stopping you from doing it other than the fact that you won't ever open it. I'm sure he'll surprise us one day and accept all the fish that he has in his box.
I just got some more mailed back to me the other day. Alright, you can get held. You... Nice. I didn't even figure those marbles were going to work. They were rich iron. Bilberry pie didn't last very long, did it? 10 minutes?
Well, you could always call all up and wake him up and tell him to log into his burger and cook you some food.
That would be a good idea. I'm sure he wouldn't mind. I texted him yesterday. I got ready to watch that Cowboys game. I saw they were wearing the blue uniforms. I was like, oh, dude, why are you guys wearing the jinxed blue uniforms? The Cowboys usually wear white at home. They consider the blue jerseys as jinx. But he says those weren't the jinxed jerseys. It's the ones with the big white stars on the shoulders, apparently. So. See if I can get a close-up of that. That skill I just used, stratagem, basically makes me look like an orc. I'm wearing an orc helm, so I can sneak around and they don't know that I'm actually a hobbit, apparently. Because, you know, an Uruk-hai and a hobbit look a lot alike from a distance. Or something. But if it allows me to ride out of here without getting a back full of arrows, then I will use it. Maiden love stratagem. Apparently it's quite handy. Well, I know Ollip's been a little under the weather. Hopefully he'll pop back when he's feeling a bit better.
Yep, it's that time of the year. Everyone's been sick.
Will you aid the horse lords?
Ah.
What business have you? The road.
Boom, 75. 2 levels tonight. Not too shabby.
Will you aid the horse lords?
Grats.
The Rohirrim have need of your services.
See you, Clevebeard.
Clevebeard, have a good night.
Rohirrim will need your aid.
Will you aid the horse lords? Might you help me?
Salamander glands. Building Fury, Building Fury. That little red line that's charging down here, the more you let that charge up, the more damage your hit will do. So it's well worth it if you happen to crit, but if you don't crit, you normally just get dizzy. So there's that, which is nice. There we go. I'm dropping loot. I switched back to my old 60th level LI and my damage output dropped way down.
Yeah, I probably should just grab like, a third age that I picked up, in this zone, but whatever.
I can't even make the switch. I don't have room to bag that weapon. I would like to rewrite the Rings trilogy so that at the end, Sauron wins because Aragorn didn't have enough pack space.
That seems legit.
Yeah.
I don't see why anybody would contest that change.
It's more realistic.
Yeah, every MMO player would certainly understand the peril.
You'd be like, yeah, he's right. There's no way the Fellowship would have had enough pack space to pull that off. I need one more gland. And actually, looking at the bracelet that I just pulled from that quest, it might be time for us to go do some more epic battles.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I've been doing them like roughly around every 10 levels or so.
A way to invite me along.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what you're doing that day. I don't know.
I was probably in the cisterns of Minas Tirith. Be a safe
Yeah,
bet.
that makes sense, yeah.
I wonder if Ed wants to go. Nope, he's crawling through sewers again.
I don't want that stank in my fellowship.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah, I know they scale like at the higher levels, or in terms of like the equipment that you get. I couldn't remember if earlier on if it scales every level or if it's like every 5 or 10 levels or so, like the equipment that you get.
I'm not supposed to speak with strangers.
I know all of you people are outside the city walls and in grave danger. But instead of securing you housing, I went to go collect salamander glands for no reason. Here you go.
Putting enough cheese on those things is probably good. Maybe some bacon.
Yep. Really? I can't even get all the poison off of me.
Our hope lies in strength, but the servants of the enemy are everywhere.
I like how they make the Rohirric fishing rod like the most expensive item from traders.
Yeah, I was pretty flabbergasted when I saw what those go for, but then I realized I hadn't been using the tokens for anything else. It's like, alright, well, this is a complete waste, but whatever. And then it literally turned out to be a complete waste. I'm still of the opinion that the level of your fishing rod does absolutely nothing for you.
I'm
Oh.
guessing maybe like in the past it might have, because there used to be more they used to be more involved with fishing, but then they kind of like, no one's doing it anyways. Let's just dump it down.
Yeah, they had bait and stuff, and
Yeah.
We keep safe these lands, but for how long?
It's kind of interesting because in Moria, there's a couple of quests that you can repeat from the whatchamacallit, the thingy that lets you repeat instances.
Mm-hmm.
And you can get a chest from that. Like, you can trade in the currency that you can get from doing some kind of quest to do those again for these chests. And one is called a chest of chance.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a chance from that chest that you'll get an item called a red wiggler. And I think that was one of the lures that used to be in the game. It serves it's vendor trash. It serves absolutely no use, but they still have it in there.
Well, that's cool.
I think they just needed something to do with that asset, or I don't know if fishing was still a thing when Moria came out.
Oh, man. He was past me.
You aid the Horse Lords.
But yeah, I don't know if it's too late now, but if you ever wanted to do any battles in Amon or whatever, just let me know.
Yeah, definitely too late tonight.
Good night, Maiden.
Maiden, have a lovely evening.
What brings you to these lands?
Zingorius?
Well, it's better than being called androgynous.
Yeah, the stupid patrol is like everywhere I need to be. Maybe I can get ahead of them up here. No, boy, it's not a lot of room to pass.
Just like Visa.
You have murdered the entire Harwick patrol. You may now roam about freely.
What business have you with the Rotary?
That would not be a problem in Skyrim.
Welcome, my friend. We travel swiftly. We will aid you as best we may.
I almost felt bad for that warp rider. Chased me for over like half the zone. He finally catches up to me. I'm sure his fury rating or whatever, if they do that, is all the way up, and and I evade his hit. So, oh well.
Sucks to be him.
But yeah, those guys will follow you forever. Though I'm the one that's about to enter that kind of dungeon in a Entwash Vale that has all those Draugr in there and everything, so it might suck to be me more.
Yeah, it's not a pleasant place to hang out normally. It's on kind of a fast respawn too, if I remember.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, I'm a I generally know the path to get to the end, and I'm a burglar, so I can, stealth through whatever I don't need to kill. But I can't, as far as I know, I can't actually burgle them, so, bah.
As long as they can't fear you out of stealth, it's all good.
It is kind of funny at the very end to throw a stone to close the portal and everything. So I may find myself longer than I expected, because there are probably a lot of scholar nodes in there.
We keep safe these lands. For how long?
Yeah, in general, I did like the kind of enemies that they added with Rohan, because there were these Draug guys, which, get bigger and, spit pools of acid or whatever. And then I think they added laugh bears into Rohan.
Yeah, they did add some new stuff. I mean, it's been talked about before, but even if you don't like mounted combat, and even if you're not a big fan of some of the other stuff that they added, I mean, just from a technical standpoint, Rohan was the first case of phased instances, like where you're rebuilding height bolt and all that kind of stuff.
Oh,
Tech that gets used later in the game too.
and I know many weren't fun with it, but I did enjoy climbing the beacon of Aworth.
That still gets complained about, excuse me, all the time.
What brings you to
Now the
these
other
lands?
one where you have to walk
The
across the rope
Reform will need your
and
aid.
not get hit, the Frogger one. That one's a little rougher. I definitely like the beacon better than the whatever it is resupplying the supply thingy. I think there was someone who designed a timer plugin simply, or what inspired them to do it was for some kind of tournament that they were doing with how quickly you could climb the beacon.
It did take a little patience, but it was completely climbable. But that's one of those things that's also very dependent on your internet connection and your PC.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. That and if you were, if you just used the mouse to move around, didn't use the keys, it was a little rough to, do the physical navigation of it as well.
Yeah, that would be tough. I do like that Langhold still has a functioning mailbox even after the apocalypse.
You pay those birds enough, they'll mail anything, anywhere.
Yep. I burgled. I am the man. It's funny, the general store hasn't burnt down completely, but it's not usable either.
That probably happens when all the inhabitants leave.
This place is sealed. The bead hall? Yeah, I can't get back in there either.
Yeah, I think the only places you can get in are the ones when you have that quest to go back, which I assume you're on right now, right?
Yeah. Well, I have successfully burgled again. We ride.
Yeah, this dungeon area is much nicer on a burglar.
What business have you with the Rohirrim? Will you aid the Horse Lords? Will you aid the Rohirrim?
turn to the offensive.
What business have you with the Rohirrim?
Return to the refugee camp. We will ride our mighty war goat into battle. That's going to be the hot new crafting skill for episode 21. Update 21 is going to feature goat armor. Everybody's going to want it.
Our mission is dire.
I thought you meant goat crafting. You know, we could go through the whole birthing process and everything. You know, learn a little biology.
That'd be good too.
Fun for the whole family.
Will you aid the Rohirrim?
Alder Harding requests your presence. You can only hope that he has heard of your diligent labors on behalf of Horwick.
This is where he makes me a knight who says knee.
We will keep safe these lands. How long? I do not believe we'll find welcome here. spread their influence.
Yay, Harwick's unlocked again.
We must turn to the offensive. Not understand why we delay here.
You brought them a shrubbery, didn't you?
I did. Now I have to go out and cut down the tallest tree in the forest with a herring. As long as the herring's not already pickled, I think I've still got a good chance.
Mm-hmm. But will you do it?
Minions of Ortham spread their influence.
Ooh, he's got a quest I'm not high enough level to get yet. Gidrian, hello. He says I should just make sure I'm not hard of hearing. Well played. Alrighty. Well, I am just floored that we still have 24 people in here tonight. I just really appreciate everybody who came out to watch the stream. I am about to turn into a pumpkin, so what I'm going to do, see if there's anybody I can set up a raid for, and see if anybody else is crazy enough to be streaming LOTRO right now. Lots of folks are hosting LOTRO stream. I should probably acknowledge the 7 Hero, Romeo Moon, Forte Maestro, Midra, and Andang LP, all of whom are hosting LOTRO stream right now. Thank you for the hosts, everybody. Very cool. I am the only LOTRO streamer. So...
Looks like Elda's playing. More in mine.
Fantastic. I can't host her on LOTRO stream, but we can sure as heck go raid her, and I can host her on my personal channel. So, with that in mind, let's all go say hi to Eldalith. I want to thank everybody for coming out. I want to thank my buddy Zinger for hanging out with me in Discord. That always makes the stream a little easier to get through. And I went for 6 hours. So, you know, a lot of streamers will give you maybe 90 minutes. Maybe 120 minutes of LOTRO. I think you guys deserve higher value than that. Boom, we did 6 straight hours. The Great River and the Wold. We got the War Steed going on the Burglar. We had a pretty good discussion about different ways to set up your War Steed, which hopefully was useful to some folks. It's much more complex than you might think. I was amused to find out, even though we're talking like we know what we're doing, Zinger and I both still screwed up setting up our War Steeds. So I've got some cleanup work to do. I need to get a new 75th level legendary. I need to do some crafting. none of which is going to be any fun to watch on stream. So if you haven't already popped over to Eldolith, do so now. Just let her know you're coming over from LOTRO stream to say hi. And with that, I will wish you all a great weekend, and hopefully we'll see you all again on here soon. So thanks for coming by, hanging out with me on this Friday night. It helped take away the sting of the Husker catastrophe earlier today. Just, I won't get into why we hate getting beat by Iowa, but it's never fun. Normally we're way, way better than them, and they're right across the river, and they have to listen to all the Husker hype, and they get super jealous. So anytime they beat us, it's like they just won the Super Bowl. They just go crazy. So it'll be tough at work on Monday, but I'll slog through it. So have a great weekend, and have fun playing LOTRO, and I will talk to you all again soon. Thanks.